together in like the last 6 minutes. So I'm very glad this is working. All right. If you don't mind just standing by, we'll bring in as soon as we start the hearing, okay?
Okay, so I am basically interpreting for the parents who are to testify.
Yes, what will happen is this is a sentencing hearing on a first-degree murder case. I believe the defense wants to put on some mitigating proof that will come through the parents of the defendant. They'll take the stand. They'll speak very clearly to the microphone. If you could just testify. Okay? So if you don't mind standing by for a little bit. We do have a few other things to take up. So it may be 15 or 20 minutes before we get to that point. Is that okay, or would you like to call back and at that? Do you mind holding, or would you prefer to call back? Thank you so very much.
I'd like to send Mr. Williams.
What we're going to do is go through some pre-sentencing required hearings, and then you're going to be able to translate first. So your part will be coming up very soon, hopefully in the next 15 minutes or so. And
Okay.
how do you pronounce your last name?
Ralph?
Okay, Mrs. Ralph. I can bring out Mr. Let's see, stay ready to see.
Yes,
Bring out Mr. Chen. Okay, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to do a sentencing hearing. If you're part of the regular docket today, just be with your lawyer, and they'll get you a new court date for picking up one of those sentencing.
Yes, Judge.
And once Mr. Chen is ready, he'll be brought out in the courtroom. We'll go over his right to testify if he chooses to do so. If he doesn't, at that point, we'll bring in the jury. I'll go over what I need to as far as making sure they haven't been exposed any media between now and or since last night. And then at that point, the defense will call the Chen family members who wish to testify. At that point, we'll employ your services, just so you know what the format's going to be. And thank you again for being here.
Would it take more than 30 minutes?
It depends on the nature of the questions. Until we'll probably another 10 minutes before we get started. Is that going to work?
Well, I'm going to try my best not to jeopardize my other case, and they are not here yet.
Okay.
And I know it won't be for probably another 30 minutes or so.
Okay. Well,
I just on standby, yeah.
well, we have all warning for this. So for whatever reason, we need to stop your testimony and then recall you later once you're finished there. We can do it sometime this morning or even this afternoon,
Okay,
if that works.
okay, that will be wonderful. Yes, I will be able to help.
Great. Thank you.
So I will leave whenever I have to.
Just let us know. All right.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Your Honor, I know we're on a time crunch here, but if I can just have 2 minutes with.
Absolutely. And we are working around the interpreter's schedule for sure, but as you know, she indicated, while she does have another case she's interpreting for today, she'll be free at some point if we need to bifurcate the testimony. I don't want you to feel like anything's not getting said because of the time frame we're working around. It's not necessarily current. I just want to make sure you're pushing.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Has he signed the form?
I was going to have him do another one.
Mr. Chen, go to the podium with your attorney.
Mr. Chen, we're here for the sentencing hearing of your case. I believe you talked to Mr. Weiss about your constitutional right to testify at the sentencing hearing if you want to. He's going to ask you some questions about that. If you raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, Jason, yesterday you made a decision not to testify in the guilt phase of the trial. This is the sentencing phase of the trial. You have a right for this jury to hear what you have to say that might be mitigating. You also have a right to not testify. We've gone over the benefits and detriments of doing both. Have you had enough time to talk to me about it?
I have.
Do you understand that it is a fundamental constitutional right to testify, but it is also a fundamental constitutional right to not testify?
Yes.
What is your decision?
Not to testify.
If you'll sign and date right here.
All right, Mr. Chen, as your attorney noted, it is your constitutional right to choose to testify or not testify. That can't be taken away from you.
陈先生，就像您的律师所讲的，您有权。
Mrs. Ralph,
Yes.
I wasn't clear earlier. We're only going to need, Mr. Chen speaks English. It's only Mr. Chen's family that will be translating for.
Sorry.
So I'll let you know when we need.
Pardon me.
That's okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chen, again, you understand it's your constitutional right to choose to testify or to choose not to testify. In this particular case, I know you've talked to Mr. Weiss about that decision. You made the decision not to testify. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. You may sit, Counsel Taylor. I'm bringing the jury on the record. Yes, Judge. All right, please be seated. Good morning, jurors. Want to make sure before we start, as always, that the jurors were able to abide by the court's admonition not to speak about the case with one another and not to be exposed to any media. Is that correct? Just nod your head, please. Reflect everyone nodding their head. What's going to happen now is I'm going to read some preliminary jury instructions for you that deal with the sentencing hearing. Then the parties will start calling proof at that point. Members of the jury, you have now found the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of first-degree premeditated murder, Jasmine Pace, as charged in count 1 of presentment 315228. As a consequence, your duties in this case are not yet concluded. And on count 1 only, there will be a second sentencing phase of the trial, during which it will be your duty to determine, within the limits prescribed by law, the penalty that shall be imposed as punishment. In Tennessee, the possible sentences for the offense of first-degree murder include imprisonment for life and imprisonment for life without possibility of parole. In this case, the state is seeking a sentence of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole in count 1. A defendant who receives a sentence of imprisonment for life shall not be eligible for release until the defendant has served at least 51 full calendar years of such sentence. A defendant who receives a sentence of imprisonment for life without parole shall never be eligible for release. Tennessee law provides that no sentence of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole shall be imposed by a jury, but upon a unanimous finding that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of one or more statutory aggravating circumstances, which in this case shall be limited to the following factor: that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, and that it involved torture or serious physical abuse beyond that necessary to produce death. The burden of proof is upon the state to prove any statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is that doubt created by an investigation of all the proof in the case, an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easy as to the certainty of your verdict. Absolute certainty is not demanded by the law, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element of proof necessary to constitute the verdict. Tennessee law also provides that in arriving at the punishment, the jury shall consider any mitigating circumstances raised by the evidence. In this case, the mitigating circumstances shall include, but are not limited to, the following. 1, the defendant has no significant history of prior criminal activity. 2, the youth of the defendant at the time of the crime. And 3, any other mitigating factor which is raised by the evidence produced by either the prosecution or defense at either the guilt or the sentencing hearing. That is, you shall consider any aspect of the defendant's character or record, or any aspect of the circumstances or the offense favorable to the defendant which is supported by the evidence. The defendant does not have the burden of proving a mitigating circumstance. There is no requirement of jury unanimity to any particular mitigating circumstance, or that you agree on the same mitigating circumstance. In deciding the sentence for count one, you are authorized to weigh and consider any statutory aggravating circumstance that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and any mitigating circumstance that may have been raised by the evidence throughout the entire course of this trial, including the guilt finding phase, the sentencing phase, or both. The jury is the sole judge of the facts and the law as it applies to the facts in this case. In arriving at your verdict, you are to consider the law in connection with the facts, but the court is the proper source from which you are able to get the law. In other words, you are the judge of the law as well as the facts under the direction of this court. The law also makes you, the jury, the sole and exclusive judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to the evidence. Please be aware that the prohibitions on independent communication and research are removed for now. Until you retire to deliberate, you must not discuss the case, even with your fellow jurors. After you retire to deliberate, you may begin discussing the case with your fellow jurors, but you must not discuss the case with anyone other than your fellow jurors until you have returned a verdict and the case is at an end. At this time, we'll proceed to the sentencing phase. All right. Mrs. Ralph, can you hear us? Mrs. Ralph, can you hear us? Hello, can you hear us okay, Ms. Ralph?
Yes.
Fantastic. All right, Mr. Weiss, if you want to call either Mr. Chen's family members, you may do so at this time.
Let's call Shu Feng Chen.
Ralph, could you translate for the bailiff as he swears the witness?
Yes.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
你神圣的宣誓，你将讲的证言将是实话，是吗？Yes.
You can give her the microphone to hold and I'll help you hold it.
请把它抓在手里，以便能够放大的清楚。您需要在麦克风里讲。
Good morning.
请讲清楚，慢一点，以便口译员能够听您口译，好不好？
Good morning, Miss Chen.
陈先生，
Can you say, are you related to Jason Chen?
您跟 Jason Chen 有没有亲戚关系？
我
是他妈妈。
I am his mom.
I want to talk to you about your son. Can you tell me a little bit about Jason?
儿子的思想。
你再讲一次，我听不大清楚。
Can you say that again? I didn't hear you very well.
Can you tell me about your son?
你能不能告诉我你的儿子？
这是我儿子，他是一个很懂事的孩子，他很乖，在家里都很听话。
Someone who knows right from wrong.
Tell me a little bit about his childhood. What kind of child was Jason growing up?
那么 Jason 长大的时候呢，他的儿童时期是怎么样的？
他在学校小学跟初中都是挺好的，很好。他们就很少去外面，都是几个人，他整个都在家里读书，回来都在家里。
He is a diligent student and got along very well in school with everyone. He spent a great deal amount of time at home doing his studying.
What kind of character? I know people can be defined by a moment in their life, but prior to this incident, what kind of character would you say that Jason had or has?
那么我知道，有的时候一个人他的生命有的时候是在一瞬间就会改变的。那么 Jason 在这件事情发生以前，就是他以前，你能不能告诉我他的人格个性是怎么样的？
他在家都是很好，很听话的。他读书回来都是在家里，有的时候我做餐馆都很晚回来，有的时候他在家里都帮我干家务事。
So he is a very obedient child, diligent in his studies, and he will wait at home while we work very late from the restaurant business, and he will help out with housework.
Was he a violent person, a violent child?
他是不是一个有力的孩子？
你再讲一次，我听不大清楚。
Can you say that again? I could hardly understand what you're saying or hear you.
What was he a violent child?
他是不是一个有暴力的孩子？
他是的，他是一个很好的孩子，他都没有跟
No, he's a very good child.
他都没有跟别人吵架，这些都是很懂事。如果我在家都跟他说，妈妈不会英文，你要好好读书。他说我知道，妈妈，你做餐馆很辛苦。
He never fights in school, never fights with anyone. He knows right from wrong. And I told him that Mom doesn't know English and cannot help you in many things. He said that I will study hard and I know.
How will this situation change your family?
那么这件事情对于你们家庭的影响怎么样？
我对我孩子，因为我们想不到他会发生这种事情。因为我们家都是比较好，我们都没有犯什么错误，我们都是好好的生活、上班赚钱，就想把两个孩子抚养长大，让他们共读书，好好学习，找一份好的工作。因为我们都很辛苦做餐馆。
要跟陈太太，您等一下好不好？ Yes, we are a law-abiding family. We teach our two children to study hard, to work hard, and to get a good job and have a good life.
How will Jason going to prison affect your family?
那么，Jason 如果到监狱里面去，会不会他是怎么样会影响到你的家庭生活？
他给我们的利益很大，我们就是希望他犯了错误在里面好好改造，然后我们也希望陪审团给他们一个好好的改过出来，因为我们真的很想他，因为他不是一个坏的孩子，他是一个很好的孩子，他都会很体谅我们，妈妈也很辛苦，他经常告诉我妈妈我会好好读书的，他还告诉我说妈妈我快毕业了，半年我就毕业了，我再去读，以后去读 master。他说我读了赚了钱，你不要去餐馆上班，很辛苦，我会好好赚钱给你，妈妈。他真的是个很好的孩子。
He is actually a very good kid. He told me that within half a year I will graduate, and I am going to study my master's, and I will be making lots of money, and you no longer need to be working so hard in the restaurant. I hope that you will give him a chance to improve his life, and I wish the jury will give him a chance to give him another chance in his life, so that he can do what's right.
Is there anything that you want the family of Jasmine Pace to know sitting here
那么
today?
你有没？那么今天的 Jasmine Pace， 他的家庭，你要跟他们怎么讲呢？
我就恳求陪审团跟法官大人给我们孩子一个开阔的机会，然后他有希望一个希望回家的盼头，就是希望他有一天可以出来回家。他不是一个坏，他是一个很好的孩子。
He is a very good child. He is not a bad person. I pray that lead to the judge and the jury to give him a chance so that he can go home and restart his life.
Is there anything that you want to say to Jasmine Pace's family?
那么你跟 Jasmine Pace 他的家人，你要跟他们讲什么呢？
我就是想跟他们父母讲，我孩子犯错了，他这已经也受到了惩罚，希望他的父母给他一个在里面改造一个。重新做人，有个机会出来改造后出来，有个希望，有一天也能见到我们父母。我们父母来到美国，只是不会，因为真的很辛苦，培养一个孩子，我们真的很辛苦。希望他们家人给我们一个，给他孩子一个。给我还是一个改不到的机会，有一天出来。
Her family will give him, my son, a chance to be out one day and a chance to restart his life. Because it is very, very difficult in a country that we have to, without knowing English, we have to raise children in very difficult circumstances, and he is a good person. He's not a bad person. We wish that her family would allow him a chance to relive his life and improve his situation.
Can you explain to the jury why Jason should have the ability to have parole 51 years from now?
能不能跟陪审团解释为什么你认为 Jason 在51%就是服刑之后呢，会有为什么他应该有机会被做出缓刑？
因为他平常都是一个很好、很懂事的孩子，他的犯错也是一时的犯错，然后他就是改造了，他好好会在里面好好，出来也要让他有一天有个希望，改造后，孩子也要给他一个希望出来，早一天能够出来，他不是一个好孩子，他是一个很懂事的孩子，他就是一直不知。
He is a good child. He knows right from wrong because his sudden passion. He made mistakes, and we wish that he can have a chance to change and improve in the prison. And I hope that he will have hope to get out one day and relive a changed life.
May I just have one moment, Your Honor?
Oh, wait, counsel first, please. Thank you so much. If I could just have you raise your right hand and we'll finish this out. You solemnly swear or affirm that you have interpreted accurately, completely, and impartially, using your best skill and judgment in accordance with the standards prescribed by law, and the rules of ethics and spoken foreign language interpreters of Tennessee, that you have followed all official guidelines established by the court for legal interpreting or translating. You have discharged all of the solemn duties and obligations of legal interpretation and translation in this case as you, when you translated earlier for Mrs. Chen. Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you have done that, correct?
Yes, I have done that.
Thank you so much for your availability.
You're welcome.
Let them shut down. Actually, we're in this probably just shut down. All right, Mr.
Can I approach?
Yes. Voice I'm gonna have to work, I think, is the microphone's gonna be very close to the microphone from the phone. The jury can hear the translation of the question. Yes. What's more, what's it, Ms. Morrison, what needs to, most of the things that happen is the person on the phone needs to hear her voice.
Right.
And the jury needs to hear the translation coming through the phone.
Right. You want to steer this interpreter?
Well, I don't know if it's a licensed interpreter or not. For the record, what happened was there was some concern about whether or not the witnesses' answers being translated. Ms. Wee Ralph, who was the translator, is pretty much the #1 Mandarin translator that's used by the administrative office of the courts throughout the state of Tennessee. However, Chen's mother was very upset, and her words might have come out in a way that did not perhaps communicate what she wanted to, or at least what the defense wanted to. So what we're doing is a workaround where a person is on a phone, that the defense is comfortable translating Mrs. Chen's words to the jury. And so Ms. Morrison is holding a phone with the translator that the defense feels comfortable with, and hopefully the jury and the record, the jury will understand what's being said and the record will reflect that. All right, you may proceed.
Ms. Chen, what do you want the victim's family to know?
Mr. Weiss, you can stand next to Ms. Morrison. That way you're speaking directly into the phone.
Your Honor, can we at least know the relationship between the translator and the family,
Okay,
who
correct.
this is, or does it matter?
I don't know if it matters or not. The court's done its duty to
Yes, sir.
provide a certified interpreter. I want Mr. Chen to be able to have the defense he wants for the translation that he wants. I believe it's an ant. Oh, an ant? All right, Mr. Chen. Okay.
Your Honor, and apparently there's a specific dialect that Ms. Chen speaks, that this interpreter can also speak.
Okay. Ms. Weiss, you can speak clearly into the phone. Make sure the phone is held to the microphone so the jurors can hear the English response.
Is your name Jenny Chen?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Chen, are you related to Shufeng?
Yes.
Can the jurors hear that okay? Raise your hand if it gets. Can you hear? No. Good.
Jenny Chen, can you please ask Shufeng Chen what, if anything, she wants the victim's family to know?
OK，我研究的是对我的白户口，你是方便啊？你说，你是方便哦？
我拿这个又给 à nữ với có gì cái chỗ là kia nó bị ra à với bị cái có ý kia nó bị ra.
Okay. Jason's mom, Jason's mom say, she know, he make a big mistake, and he recognized that. His mother think he's still young. He hope Julia can get for attendance. If not, with the parole.
Internet channel see we chatting now. Kada to you and not to me. I channel see you. I'm really you as a number. Qua so I cái chuyện nào kia nó nói see you I channel see you. Kia luôn hả? Ôi kia ôi kia luôn hả? Đi channel see you nha con.
He said he's still young, and his mom wants you guys can give him a chance, keep him alive with the parole because he's only 24 years old.
Thank you, Ms. Chen. No further questions.
Does the state have any questions?
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate the parties working around the interpreters available for this. At this point, we can start with the state's.
Is that all for the defense?
We can revert back to, I think
Oh,
typically
okay.
the state would go first.
Oh, sure.
To take that forward.
Sure, Judge. Your Honor, there are two individuals close with Jasmine that would like to make a statement today. The first that will be called to the witness stand is Gabrielle Pace. Can you state your name for the court reporter?
Gabrielle Pace.
And you go by Gabby.
Yes.
Gabby, how are you related to Jasmine?
I'm her older sister.
And did you prepare a statement today to read for the jury?
Yes.
Are you ready to do that?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I'm a little nervous. Hello, my name is Gabrielle Pace. I'm the older sister of Jasmine Pace. Jazzy and our two brothers, and I shared the same father but different mothers. They were raised by Katrina Bean and Scott Bean. I was raised by Stephen and Tammy. Biologically, Jasmine had 3 brothers and 1 sister, but if you were to ask Jasmine, she had many more than that, and she loved to be into the earth. Jazzy experienced hurt and pain at such a young age. We lost our brother Austin in 2014 from a tragic ATV accident. Jazzy was one of the first ones on scene and held our brother in her arms while waiting for ambulance to arrive. She is the one who called me and told me that I needed to come and say my goodbyes to my brother. We held his hand together as he took his last breath. And then July of 2020, we lost our cousin Derek to COVID. June of 2021, we lost our cousin Jayla to another tragic accident. And then November 22nd, 2022, her grandmother, who helped raise her and was her best friend, passed away from her long battle with cancer. Through all of the trauma that Jazzy had endured, she still had the most beautiful aura and soul. She never gave up on people, and she never gave up on herself. No matter how hard or how busy, she always made time for family and friends because it was the most important thing to her. She had every reason to be bitter and cold-hearted, but instead chose to be warm and full of love. She wanted nothing more than to have children of her own and always talked about what kind of mother she would be. While she may not have birthed her babies, she had 4 of her children, Gucci, Miko, Athena, and baby girl, who were her absolute world. Jasmine was the greatest mom to her babies. And God knew that whatever title Jazzy had, that she would excel and become even better than she could ever imagine, and I'm extremely blessed to have had her as my sister. Jasmine was so much more than just a daughter, an aunt, a sister, a niece, a granddaughter, a godmother, and a cousin. She was a best friend, a listening ear, a shoulder to cry on, a jokester, and so much more. This girl had a panda tattoo for the simple fact that it makes her smile, and a bunch of us got the panda tattoo. She had probably one of the worst candy addictions I've ever seen, who thinks to dedicate not 1 but 2 dresser drawers to only candy. My youngest daughter could always count on her jaw to have the best candy ever. Jasmine touched the lives of everyone from here all the way to Canada. If her life goal was to touch as many hearts as she could, then she succeeded. This is the life that was forcibly taken from us. I'll never forget standing at my sister's casket and seeing how much wax they had to put on her face and how much mascara was smudged all underneath her eyes and how her hair was stiff from the wax. I held my sister's hand one last time, not even knowing that it was the hand that she stabbed through. I fixed her hair and her necklace, again not knowing that she had wounds there. I'll never forget the overbearing heartache I felt when I found out what he had done to my sister. The overwhelming anger and disgust. I felt that someone could do this and not have any remorse for what they had done. How I had to comfort her best friends as they said goodbye to one of the most important people in their entire world. We weren't able to have an open casket because her body was so far decomposed, and Jasmine would never want to be remembered that way. So many family members weren't able to say their goodbyes that day, and it will forever haunt us. I will never understand why, but it's not fair. The hole that is left in our hearts will never be filled or repaired. For 2 years, we have relived this moment over and over on how her last minutes of life, she was terrified and alone. The thought of, was there something more I could have done, constantly runs through my head. I love my sister dearly, and I demand that she gets justice that she has deserved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pace.
Any questions?
We're sorry for your loss.
Your Honor, the state would next call Jacqueline White to represent the family.
Sounds good.
All right, Ms. White, are you ready?
Yes.
Will you state your name for the record?
Jacqueline White.
Can you describe for the jury your relationship with Jasmine Pace?
She was my little cousin.
Okay, are you ready to read your statement?
I will try.
All right, thank you.
60 stones are in this jar, one to represent every stab wound found on my beautiful, innocent 22-year-old cousin. For 2 years and 2 months, I have thought at this very moment, the moment I would have the chance to confront the subhuman villain sitting among us. His mere presence defiles this very court, and I am so sorry for everyone here that has had the unfortunate fate of having to cross paths with him. Thank you to everyone that dedicated hours, time away from their families, blood, sweat, tears, and trauma to ensure that whatever justice could be given to my family would be had. My thirst for vengeance and the rage inside of me is a two-edged sword. It serves no one but me selfishly, and it only gives this predatory sociopath the attention that he so desperately craves. Even worse, it makes us all lose sight of the most important thing and why we are all here, Jazzy. Her legacy, her memory. I refuse to allow this creature to erase that. I won't let you steal that the way you stole her life. Nothing I say here today will ever make any of you feel the impact of this loss on my family. If it hasn't happened to you, it isn't a pain you are even capable of fathoming. The closest you could probably get is to close your eyes, remember those photos that will forever be engraved in all of our minds, and replace her face with the face of somebody that you love. Your daughter, your sister, wife, somebody that mattered to you. Thank God every day that this wasn't them. Hug them a little bit tighter. But open your heart to hear about who she was and why this loss is so vast. Jasmine was warm. She was kind, thoughtful, loving, generous, sassy. She was beautiful on the inside as well as the outside. She was fiercely protective over her family. She would literally come running if you needed her. She was 22 but still had a childlike innocence about her. She had a tattoo on her wrist that many of us do now, a sleepy panda. It is one of the silly things that we laugh at because Katrina asked her, "Why would you get that? It's so pointless." And Jasmine's answer was, "Because every time I look down, it makes me smile. Every time I look down at mine, I now have to fight the intrusive thoughts that plague my mind. I have to force myself to remember her beautiful words and not her tiny wrist with handcuffs rusting over that tattoo." She wanted kids and often talked about the kind of mom she wanted to be. I can still picture how she greeted you. She would smile, dimples intact, outstretch her arms to hug you, and not because of etiquette or decorum. It wasn't the fake one-armed, "I'm going to pat you on the back because I'm supposed to." It was genuine. She meant it. The cliche, "she lit up a room," is fitting for her. I often think of the last time that I hugged her. She was crying, she was hurting, and she still thought of everyone around her and their well-being. What a lot of you don't know is hours before Jasmine was murdered, we were all together saying goodbye to our beloved granny. It was not expected. She woke up not feeling well that day. She went to the emergency room and was dead by that evening. We used to have a joke about who Granny's favorite was. Jazzy always had the trump card because Granny named her restaurant after her. To say we were all close is an understatement. She was the glue that held us all together. It was a devastating loss. I remember getting the call that afternoon to come say my goodbyes. I was at work, which that day had me deep in Tryon, Georgia. I remember my route to the hospital was around an hour. I prayed that entire drive. I knew everyone I loved would be in immense pain, but I had no idea that that was the tip of the iceberg for my family. Our loss and our grief. I arrived last. Everyone was surrounding her bed. We stayed for hours waiting on the inevitable. She was no longer coherent, so we made small talk and tried to make each other laugh. I remember Jasmine commenting on my cup. I had a Starbucks cup with a flower topper. I told her I really wanted the mushroom one, but they were sold out.
It was only after she went missing that my mother told me that that day at the hospital, she went online and ordered me that cup. I remember them moving her room. I left to get food with my brother. When we arrived back, I saw Jasmine crying outside alone. We went to comfort her. She dried it up immediately and brought up Thanksgiving. Remarkably, even through her own pain, she was so focused on everyone else, doing something kind like ordering a cup for me, or taking burdens off of our mothers during a painful time. Jazzy pointed out that our moms would not want to get together or cook for Thanksgiving. She said we have to make them. She offered to bring whatever we needed and suggested we handle the details. She insisted that we keep that tradition because it's what Granny would have wanted. We made plans and God laughs though, because Jasmine would never be at another Thanksgiving. I texted her at 8:49 the morning after we lost Granny. I asked her if she was okay. He responded, "I just need some time alone after everything that happened." I have so many questions that torture my mind. One of them is, what were you doing for the hour and 12 minutes before you pretended to be the girl you murdered and responded to her family concern for her? It goes quiet after you changed her passwords, her bank, her socials. Were you cleaning? Were you sleeping? Where was her body for all that time? The suitcase? The floor next to your bed? The emotional exchange that neighbor claimed to have heard prior to you chasing her and her sending her mother an SOS pin? Was that her begging for her life? What were her last words? How are you such a coward that you have to bind a 98-pound innocent female, giving her no chance of even fighting back? That question, interestingly enough, brings me some comfort, knowing how weak, impotent, and scared you are. I know your new counterparts in prison will get a sick enjoyment out of being able to overpower you the same way that you did to her. The same way that you relished in her fear, torturing her, her pain, someone will have those feelings at your expense. I find peace knowing that you will never again in your life have warm, loving human contact, though you will have plenty of physical contact, I'm sure of that. If I were cold, I would be sure to tell you that while you were trying your best to look down and not get excited by the photos of my dead cousin, your mother was hyperventilating alone in a corner outside. If I were spiteful, I would remind you that your last victim, Jason, is your own family. You didn't just take Jasmine, you took your family's hopes, dreams, privacy. You took their son. You replaced it with shame. You cost them thousands and thousands of dollars that could have been spent on their other children, the ones that aren't rotten to the core. I pray for your mother. If my son were capable of doing what you have, I would constantly look for the signs I missed and the ways that I failed, although this is not her fault. But I'm not here to talk about you. I am supposed to speak on how your wicked, demonic choices affected us. The roller coaster of losing your grandmother and then searching for your cousin only to find she was taken in the most horrific manner is more than anyone can bear. We have had to wait years for justice because you are such a coward that you refuse to take responsibility. It just solidifies what you are, not that any of us had a single doubt. Being forced to sit in a room with a sadistic animal that murdered someone dear to you is something I would only wish on my worst enemy, you. I look at my family, my circle, my people. I don't recognize any of us. It is a harrowing place to be when someone you love and have admired your entire life is screaming, "Why would God do this? What did she ever do to deserve the life she had, or to be murdered by someone she trusted?" The silence that filled that room because none of us had anything to offer haunted me. For weeks I had to find something to say for comfort, even if my heart didn't yet believe it. I had to tell a mother that God was nowhere when her child was taken, that the enemy has come to steal, kill, and destroy, and he used this parasite as a vessel to serve that agenda. I choose to believe that my granny was taken on that day so that we all got to hug Jasmine and have our last words to one another be, "I love you." I know when she made it to heaven, not only was her brother there to greet her, so was Granny. Jasmine was only 22, but she had a lot of pain in her young life. Her biological father abandoned and rejected her. He broke her heart long before any man ever could. Her 14-year-old brother passed away when she was 16. He had an ATV accident that she sadly had to help pull off of him before watching him die. She lost her grandmother and then her life at the hands of someone she went to for comfort. She overcame so much, and she still chose every single day to have a trusting heart and a kind soul. Jasmine was a fitting name for her. The flower that blooms in adversity is the most rare and beautiful of all. There are no words that I could say about her to make any of you grasp that if you didn't know her, but I would like to read some of her own from her journal. I pray that her words help you to understand that she was remarkable, truly. The void of her loss will never be filled. Every smile, every memory we make, every accomplishment, holiday, birth, the big moments for our family will always have an undercut of sadness because she isn't here. We have a life sentence of pain due to Jason Chen's actions. We will never wake up and have a chance to put this behind us. It will be with us every single day until we leave this earth. It is embedded in our DNA. He should have the same life sentence we bear. He should never be allowed to leave prison and start his life over or put this behind him. There has never been one shred of regret, humanity, or normalcy shown from this empty-eyed beast. He is beyond saving. Ten 28/2014. This is her journal. My daddy is taking me shopping tomorrow. I'm so glad I have you, even though you are not my biological father. You have been my dad since I was 5 years old. You have been through thick and thin with me and my family. I appreciate you more than you could ever know. I can never pay you back, and I will always love you so much for everything you have given me, including my handsome baby brother Aiden. You have made my mom so happy, and I love you. 12/19/2019. Austin, her brother. Do you miss me like I miss you? I doubt it. I know heaven would never allow that kind of pain behind its gates. I wonder what you think when you see me. Do you smile looking down on me? Or do you shake your head? I hope I make you proud. The sky has been so much prettier since you made it up, and I hope the angels know what they have. Granny, I want you here with me more than anything, but I understand if this fight is too hard on you and you yearn to rest. I love you enough to let you go, and I want you to know that it's okay. Thank you.
Questions?
John, I have 1 minute. Your Honor, I believe that the last family member that would like to make a statement is Travis Pace. Mr. Pace, the jury is familiar with you, but can you state your name for the record?
Travis Pace.
And you are Jasmine's biological father, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you prepare a statement for the jury today?
I did.
Are you ready to read that? Okay.
impact of Jasmine really started when she was born. It's a funny story. The doctor that we had at the time and the ultrasounds that we had at the time, he said, I don't do this very often, but I would bet the farm it's a boy. And we began thinking about what boy names we were going to give eventually Jasmine. And we're working at a restaurant, an Italian restaurant, and we're going through who we think she's going to become. How she got the name Jasmine Nicole Pace. Most likely with her parents, she was probably going to turn out dark-skinned, long dark hair, and gorgeous. She was. So we thought Aladdin's Princess Jasmine would kind of be who she looked like when she would be born. She kind of did. But we thought about if she becomes powerful and professional and strong, maybe Jasmine's not good for a corporate boardroom meeting or an attorney's office or something. She needs an alternate name that might actually represent, if she chose to be called by Nicole. Wow. Maybe it sits well in a boardroom or something. And so we were thinking about how beautiful she would be, but how powerful she would be. And she was born. She walked early. She crawled early. She spoke early. Before she was 1 year old, she was already reading and writing and speaking in English, Spanish, and German. We created a saying as Shella's father. I could imagine how gorgeous she was going to turn out and how her looks could probably get her certain advantages. And we made up this slogan, what makes us the most beautiful? And her reply, which was rehearsed, our heart, Daddy. You're going to be beautiful with hair and all your features, but what makes us most beautiful? Our heart. And as she grew up to become a person, it was her heart that ended up being the most beautiful. We immediately saw how clever she was, how intelligent she was. We went to a fair, and we would eat the cotton candy. And at that time, you put a balloon with a little ribbon, and they can move their arm, and the balloon moves, and they punch it or do different things. Because it was after dark, we weren't going to give her candy for sleeping reasons and stuff like that. And she threw a fit over this candy, which seems to be consistent throughout the rest of her life. So we had a plastic bag with a handle that had the cotton candy bag in it. And she was so short and small, she couldn't pull the bag off the handle. But her genius showed up. She opened the bag off the door, put the balloon under the baggie, and let the balloon rise over the bag and yanked the balloon and the bag of candy off. Nobody teaching her how to do that. Her instincts were that good at 2 years old. At 3, she had her brother Travis, nicknamed Austin. He had his first birthday and his birthday cake. And there's this gorgeous picture of her standing right beside him as if she's going to eat his face to try to get to the cake. But she ended up feeding it to him instead. And the ingredients for it were on the opposite side of the kitchen. And she took her high chair and slid it 30 feet across the room, turned the high chair backwards, crawled through the legs, flipped over to the top of it, opened the cabinets, climbed up to the 3rd cabinet where she was dangling and reaching for candy that she couldn't see. Fierce, determined, successful. From the beginning, we gave her chores. She would have the little pop, pop, pop broom that you just run it across the carpet and it pop, 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 pop. So when we would vacuum, she would vacuum. When we would load dishes, she would want to play dishes. When we would do the trash, she would want to do the trash. And this moment came, why are we letting her pretend to do fake trash, fake dishes? Jasmine, would you like to put this cup right here in the dishwasher? This plate right here in this one section? Because she was learning blocks and triangles and circles and squares. She knew geometry, so she could start literally loading the dishwasher. And her little broom was just enough where she could dump off pieces of trash into the garbage can. And she didn't pretend to play house. She was actively a part of the family that was sweeping and cleaning and loading the dishwasher and feeding her brother. It was a privilege. To watch her grow up. What her potential was going to be. It's been said I was military and deployed a lot. I was gone a lot. Every year, from Thanksgiving through New Year's, to take the 30 days of vacation and be here in Chattanooga and get her and the family and our friends and our families grew up together. We married at the same time, had kids at the same time, and our kids grew up. You go through high school. She went to Canada to be with an extended part of her family in Canada. And we had to do a lot more phone conversations, obviously, from Canada. And in high school, her focus was to be a business major, to get her master's, her MBA. The college that she was looking into was Chicago Business School. We were talking about what it would take to get the GPA right, to get the volunteer, to get the accolades, to get a scholarship, to get a ride, to figure that out. That was some of her thoughts that she was thinking while she was in high school, while being an amazing sister. She was the type of sister that she always had extra. She saved, and she saved, and she saved. And you would think that she saved to keep it. She really did save it to hand it to all of her cousins, to all of her brothers and sisters. They would all go to her, can I borrow this, can I borrow that, can I have this, can I have that? And she had a drawer of anything that you wanted to have.
money, clothes, candy. She saved everything and had it available for everybody, and they came to her for that. She would have been 16 years old. Yeah, she definitely was. She was 16 years old. And she had a 14-year-old brother, her younger brother, same one. And the type of person that Jasmine was, she heard about the wreck on a four-wheeler and that her brother was hurt. And she was the first on the scene. She laid in a grass field holding her 14-year-old brother. And stayed with him through all the surgeries. She didn't make it. But she was the one in the room holding the hand. The amount of courage and bravery that it takes to lay in the field with your brother, remarkable. As she got closer to graduation, her family has a very successful company, and it was an easy option for her to be a part of that company. And you could see at 18 years old, 19, 20, 21, 22, she's on the phone with contractors and renting equipment and staging operations and moving pieces around for her family business that it's possible she would have inherited and continued to run. It's been said that it's so vital how much she talked about and thought about what mother she would be, and the children and the grandchildren. And it's not like Jasmine was the only person we lost. We lost our children. We lost our grandchildren. The entire family tree has been cut down. It will not just affect us for 50 years. For the next thousands of generations, we will no longer have that piece of our family. We will no longer see a successful businesswoman run her company, her family's company. We will no longer see the glue of a sister and a cousin be the provider for everybody around her. We're supposed to talk about impact statements. As a father, or even as any parent or loved one, we kind of think about what could you imagine is the worst case scenario ever. Maybe one of those would be that a 5-foot girl that weighs less than 100 pounds would literally have one hand taken out of the fight. And to be so methodically restrained that her weak side and her weak hand would be used. With the breaking of the shackle and with seeing multiple strikes to the hand, she endured multiple attempts to fight with everything that a 5-foot, 100-pound girl could do. Till her lung was punctured, she ran out of breath, till a gallon of blood was spilled, and she ran out of blood. She is the epitome of fighting with everything within you. Cody is right. This is not going to be a trial where we're going to talk about a certain name. And it's not only a trial that we're honoring Jasmine Pace. This has now become a statement. Justice for Jazzy still lives on. Her death, her sacrifice continues through that phrase, through the idea of what it means to so many people for different reasons. And why her candle, her light was definitely taken. It didn't end there, and it has now spread through the hearts and minds of so many people that are affected by what happened to her. There is both negative impact and also good impact. I don't know what it's going to be like for other people to move forward. But at random, like Jackie perfectly pointed out, at random, we try to relive what those 3 to 5 minutes must have been like. Where were they standing? What actually got said? What was the first clue? At what point does she grab a phone and drop a pen? At what point is she restrained? At what point is she helpless? At what point is she hopeless? We could be at work. Absolutely have nothing to do with this moment. And then in the midst of work, that's your very next thought. We sit at a family function, and her dimples, and her smile, her laugh, which was contagious, is absence in the room. And it's a vacuum. You really know the absence is gone. I think we're supposed to talk about the impact this has had with the attempt to paint her character, who she was, and what we've lost, so that you would consider sentencing if 50 years seems reasonable. To take her future family, kids, grandkids, great-grandkids, to take her away from the family business, to take her away from the brothers and the sisters and the aunts and the uncles and the cousins. Couldn't possibly be enough.
Thank you, Mr. Pace. Your Honor, that's the state's case.
Any additional proof by the defendant?
And we have a short recess.
Yes, sir. So take a 15-minute recess with Becca. putting the jury number 8.
Defense calls Chen.
For the record, we're proceeding the way that it sounds to confers with the
Yes, Your Honor. Janine Chen.
raise your right hand, please.
Right hand.
右手举起来。
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
我你不要就没经历哦，你回答。Yes。你少爷。
Mr. Weiss, would you stand to make sure the translator hears your sure?
Are you the father of Jason Chen?
女人的形容吧。Yes。
Is there anything you want to say to the family of Jasmine Pace?
你的 Jasmine 他们两个宣告前后我。
我的朋友，當知道係我想教嘅呢層惡嘅。
We understand your hurt and we are so sorry for your loss.
No further questions?
Okay, any questions? All right, thank you. You may sit down. Any other witnesses for the defense? State off in your rebuttal.
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the evidence in the sentencing phase of the trial on count 1 has been completed. It's now my duty to instruct you as to the law. The law applicable to the sentencing phase of the trial on count 1 is stated in these instructions, and it is your duty to carefully consider all the instructions. The order in which these instructions are given is no indication of their relative importance. You should not single out any one or more of them to the exclusion of another or others, but you should consider each one in light of and in harmony with the others. Having found the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of first-degree premeditated murder of Jasmine Pace, as charged in count 1, presentment 315228, you now have the duty to determine, within the limits prescribed by law, the penalty that shall be imposed as punishment for that offense. In Tennessee, the possible sentences for the offense of first-degree murder include imprisonment for life and imprisonment for life without possibility of parole. In this case, the state is seeking a sentence of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole on count 1. A defendant who receives a sentence of life or imprisonment for life shall receives a sentence of imprisonment for life without parole shall never be eligible for release. In deciding the sentence for count 1, you are authorized to weigh and consider any statutory aggravating circumstance that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt and any mitigating circumstance that may have been raised by the evidence throughout the entire course of this trial, including the guilt finding phase, the sentencing phase, or both. The law makes you, the jury, the sole and exclusive judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to the evidence. In addition, the jury is the sole judge of the facts and of the law as it applies to the facts in this case. In arriving at your verdicts, you are to consider the law in connection with the facts, according to the proper source from which you are to get the law. In other words, you are the judge of the law as well as the facts under the direction of the court. Tennessee law provides that no sentence of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole shall be imposed by a jury, but upon a unanimous finding that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of one or more statutory aggravating circumstances, which in this case shall be limited to the following. The murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, and that involved torture or serious physical abuse beyond that necessary to produce death. Heinous means grossly wicked or reprehensible, abominable, odious, and vile. Atrocious means extremely evil, cruel, monstrous, exceptionally bad, abominable. Cruel means disposed to inflict pain or suffering, causing suffering or painful. Torture means the infliction of severe physical or mental pain upon the victim while he or she remains conscious and alive. Members of the jury, the court has read you the statutory aggravating circumstances that the state has alleged in this case. If you unanimously find that the state has proven a statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt, the law requires you to consider that statutory aggravating circumstance and decide the appropriate punishment in this case. However, you shall not consider any other facts or circumstances as an aggravating circumstance in deciding the appropriate punishment in this case. The burden of proof is upon the state to prove any statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is that doubt created by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of your verdict. Absolute certainty is not demanded by the law, but moral certainty is required, and the certainty is required as to every element of proof necessary to constitute the verdict. The prosecution has introduced what is known as victim impact evidence. This evidence has been introduced to show the financial, emotional, psychological, or physical effects of the victim's death on the members of the victim's immediate family. You may consider this evidence in determining an appropriate punishment. However, your consideration must be limited to rational inquiry into the culpability of the defendant, not an emotional response to the evidence. Victim impact evidence is not the same as an aggravating circumstance. Proof of an adverse impact on the victim's family is not proof of an aggravating circumstance. Introduction of this victim impact evidence in no way relieves the state of its burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt at least one aggravating circumstance that has been alleged. You may consider this victim impact evidence in determining the appropriateness of the sentence only if you first find that the existence of one or more aggravating circumstances has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt by evidence independent from the victim impact evidence. Tennessee law also provides that in arriving at the punishment, the jury shall consider any mitigating circumstances raised by the evidence. In this case, mitigating circumstances shall include, but are not limited to, the following. 1, the defendant has no significant history of prior criminal activity. 2, the youth of the defendant at the time of crime. 3, any other mitigating fact that is raised by the evidence produced by either the prosecution or defense at either the guilt or the sentencing phase of the trial. This means that you shall consider any aspect of the defendant's character and record, and any aspect of the circumstance of the offense, is favorable to the defendant and supported by the evidence. The defendant does not have the burden of proving a mitigating circumstance. There is no requirement of jury unanimity as to any particular mitigating circumstance, or that you agree on the same mitigating circumstance. The defendant has not taken the stand to testify as a witness. You shall place no significance on this fact. In the sentencing phase of the trial on count one, the burden is on the state to prove one or more statutory aggravating circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant has no burden of proof and is not required to take the stand in his own behalf, and his election not to do so cannot be considered for any purpose against him, nor can any inference be drawn from such fact. The verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return the verdict, it is necessary that each juror agree thereto. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement, if you can do so without violence to individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if convinced it is erroneous. Do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence, slowly because of the opinion of your fellow jurors, for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. When you have reached a verdict, you will return with it to this courtroom, and your foreperson will deliver the verdict onto the court. If you do not unanimously find that at least one statutory aggravating circumstance is proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, the sentence shall be life imprisonment. If you do unanimously find that at least one statutory aggravating circumstance has been proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall, in your considered discretion, sentence the defendant either to life imprisonment or to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. In choosing between the sentences of life imprisonment and life imprisonment without possibility of parole, you shall weigh and consider any statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, or any mitigating circumstance or circumstances. You will indicate the sentence with your unanimous findings or lack of unanimous findings with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstances on the accompanying verdict form. The sentence must be unanimous. The verdict form must be signed by each juror. The verdict form that you will receive reads as follows. With respect to the sentence of the defendant, Jason Chen, on count 1, presentment 315-228, we, the jury, please indicate your unanimous findings or lack of unanimous findings with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstances and your unanimous verdict with respect to the sentence. Do not unanimously find that the statutory aggravating circumstance beyond reasonable doubt, and do unanimously agree that the defendant's sentence shall be life imprisonment. Or do unanimously find the following statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt, in that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, and that it involved torture or serious physical abuse beyond that necessary to produce death. And please mark one of the following sentences. Do unanimously agree that the defendant's sentence shall be life imprisonment without possibility of parole, or do unanimously agree that the defendant's sentence shall be life imprisonment. Everybody,
Remember your principles.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a couple of stipulations that you can factor in. What that means is that both sides agree this is something that's present and could be considered for your in your deliberations. One, the defendant is a U.S. citizen. The other is that the defendant has no significant history of prior criminal activity.
Briefly, y'all's decision. What do you think? Should he have the ability to get out of prison is the question that you now have to ask yourself. We're not going to go back through the proof. You've heard it. You know it very, very well. But I do want to talk to you for a second about life without the possibility of parole. In the legal system, we refer to it as LWOP. We're not all, the state of Tennessee is not always entitled to seek life without the possibility of parole. You've heard now that there have to be aggravating circumstances present for the state to even ask a jury to find life without the possibility of parole. In this case, it's very simple. Tennessee state law allows life without the possibility of parole if the murder was especially heinous or atrocious or cruel, in that it involved torture or serious physical abuse beyond that necessary to produce death. And then it goes on to define those terms. I hate that I even have to say this, but if he was going to kill her like he did, he could have done it in other ways. He could have killed her in other ways where we would not be here for this sentencing hearing. If he would have shot her and left her in his apartment, we wouldn't be here for life without the possibility of parole. It doesn't qualify under this aggravating circumstance. If he would have stabbed her once or twice and left her in his apartment, we wouldn't be here. It doesn't qualify under this aggravating circumstance. He chose not to do that. He chose repeatedly the amount of stones that were in that glass vase to stab her and slice her. And then he chose more physical abuse. I think we can all agree that stuffing her in garbage bags in a suitcase is additional physical abuse on top of what was necessary to kill her. The medical examiner said that she could have lived for minutes, that even the wound to the neck would not have instantly killed her. That is heinous and atrocious and beyond what was necessary to kill her. That is cruel. That is vile. The entire case is vile. I feel terrible for Jason's family. It is very sad to see his mom up there on that witness stand. Shame on him. He didn't just do this to Jasmine's family. It is horrible to watch that he did it to his own family. I can't even fathom what they must feel like. But I want you to ask yourself something. Did you see or feel legitimate, genuine remorse for the Pace family? Did you? Does it make it better that he was privileged? That he had parents and a brother that cared about him? That he's been a, quote, good kid? He was a good child? No mental health conditions we've heard about? No issues? He was a student? Does that make it better or does that make it worse? I think that makes it a lot worse. Because there are kids in our communities that have hard lives, that struggle with drugs, with mental health issues, that grew up in bad homes, that had hard life. That's not him. He took everything his family had given him and he squandered it and he ruined the Pace's life. That doesn't make it better. It makes it worse. All we are asking is that he never gets out of prison. Jasmine Pace never got out of that suitcase. until she was in a coffin, in which her family members had to testify today that there had to be so much wax on her body. She was unrecognizable. That is heinous and atrocious and cruel. Period. Just like yesterday, we ask that you go back there, talk about it, make the right decision, and make sure he never gets out of prison. Thank you.
I know that you sat through a long trial, and I know there's things, I think the state's right, you saw things that you won't forget, I won't forget. I want to tell each and every one of you, thank you for your time, your patience, your consideration. But you're tasked with a profound and somber responsibility in this part of the trial. You get to decide whether Jason gets life with parole or never be released. Both options are severe and a significant punishment. I think it reflects the seriousness of the case, but it's critical that you remember that every tragic crime has equal magnitude under the law. Your duty today is not to ensure punishment. It's to make sure it's also proportionate. I've spoken with many victims' families. They don't care if you're shot or stabbed or strangled or drowned or any of one of those things. Every single murder is especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel. General Moyle talked to you about that yesterday. Every murder is emotional. There's always a family that loses someone. General Wamp is right. The Pace and the Bean family lost a very important person. It's tragic. It's sad. And I agree, the Chen family have lost a child too. There's two families hurting. It's important to know that the law distinguishes crimes that are inherently tragic with those that rise to the most egregious levels of brutality, deserving permanent condemnation. The question you must ask yourself when you're back in that jury room is whether or not this case reaches that threshold. Does it rise to the level that Jason Chen, a 73-year-old man, be forever denied an opportunity to demonstrate remorse, rehabilitation, and redemption? Jason will face the consequences of his actions. He's been convicted. But the question is, are you willing to grant him the hope of redemption? In 51 years, Jason will be an old man. He won't have the ability to harm society. Life with parole is not a guarantee of release. It's a narrow and difficult path. It requires a demonstration of transformation, accountability, and change. It acknowledges that punishment is necessary, but our society values the possibility of rehabilitation. Our justice system is not only a measure of how we treat the most virtuous and innocent among us, but also a reflection of how we treat the condemned. Dostoevsky once wrote, "The degree of civilization in a society is revealed by entering its prisons." By allowing Jason the possibility of parole, we affirm our society's belief that the most condemned among us can strive to rebuild their humanity. You're not tasked with forgiving Jason Chen or even excusing his actions. You are tasked with ensuring justice, a justice tempered with mercy, not because Jason deserves it, but because it's a reflection of our humanity as a whole. I ask that, and we ask, that you give Jason the opportunity, as a 73-year-old man, to seek this redemption. Let him spend the next 5 decades behind bars reflecting on the choices that he made when he was 22 years old. And only then, if he can demonstrate true remorse and true rehabilitation, let society consider whether he can return. A life sentence with the possibility of parole is still a life sentence. It's not leniency, it's accountability. And it's paired with the belief that justice must allow room for hope. By sentencing Jason to life in prison with the possibility of parole, you honor the principles of our justice system. You honor justice. You honor humanity. And most importantly, you honor the possibility of redemption. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may now take the case, consider all the evidence fairly and impartially, complete the verdict form, and report your verdict to the court. You may now retire to the jury room for your deliberations. I'll stand recess for the jury as a verdict.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You gotta put it back? Okay. What do you want?
Right here. You want it here?
She just wanted me to remind you. Yeah, she was fine.
Mr. Chen, please. Been told the jury has reached a sentencing decision. Is the state ready to take the decision?
Yes, Your Honor.
Spence ready? Yes. I bring it adjourned. Yes, Spence ready. Please be seated. So I've been told the jury has reached a sentencing decision. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Giving the papers to Mr. Rosario, please. Stand, Chen, please come to your turn. Charles, lead the jury. Shoot, go ahead. I'm sorry, the very top sentence there. With respect.
With respect to the sentence of the defendant, Jason Chen, on count 1 of presentment 315228, we, the jury, do unanimously find the following statutory aggravating circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt, in that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, and that it involved torture or serious physical abuse beyond that necessary to produce death, and do unanimously agree that the defendant's sentence shall be life imprisonment without the possibility of parole.
Please maintain quorum. Thank you. All right, jurors, if this is your individual verdict, please so indicate by raising your right hand. Record should indicate that all right hands are raised. If you decide to respond to the polling of the jury.
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Okay. Sit down. Jurors, this concludes your service. It may seem like 2 years ago that we first met. It's only 2 weeks ago. But as you can tell, this is a very important case for both sides in this community. On behalf of everyone here in Hampton County, please accept my sincere gratitude for the sacrifice that you have made away from your life to be part of this. You're going to be taken back to the jury room. Sometimes the attorneys like getting feedback on what they could have done better next time, what's important to you. You don't have to talk to them if you don't want to. I know they appreciate it. I'll be back there momentarily myself. We're going to brief you on what comes next. But again, with my sincere gratitude, you may step into the jury room. Mr. Chen, as 13th juror sitting on this particular matter, I do concur with the jurors' results and do find you that the state has met its burden. I therefore sentence you to life without the possibility of parole. Is there an agreement on count 2 or we meet that sentencing hearing?
Your Honor, if the defendant is in agreement, the state would offer 1 year to serve concurrent with the sentence that the court gave, the jury gave, and in count 1, that would be the minimum that the defendant could serve.
You need time to talk to Mr. Chen about that, Mr. Lance?
I should.
Okay. All right, Mr. Chen, you may go back to the sheriff. Excuse me. Just one other matter to take care of. Is that correct? With the defendant's mother. Approach, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who've been here for the last 2 years and 2 months, you can tell it's been a very long road. It's not over yet. There's obviously some appeals process that have to be undergone at this point. There'll be maybe one more matter that occurs here at the trial level. Thank you for maintaining as much decorum as you could. It's not helpful to have expressions to the degree that might hurt the case. That didn't happen in this case. And I know both sides have been waiting for this particular day for a very long time. It's finally arrived. So hopefully this can at least start the process of healing for both sides. With that, this case is adjourned.
Thank you, Judge. We'll talk about that.
Okay.
Count 2 and we'll get
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the